Okay. Hello, hello. Um, I'm getting ready to work today. I mostly finished washing everybody who needs to be washed last night. The manatees need their heads sewn onto their bodies. I have not done that. So they're almost done. Everybody else is clean and dry and just needs to be stitched together, which will be what I do after I get everybody else done. So I went to the little quilty store near me that had some white fabric. So I have a yard of white now. So we're good. I can make the giant shork. So giant shork is the plan for today. Finishing up these two. Uh 4 bats, if I can make them. I pulled out fabric here. I need a dark lime for this one. And then Ming, the pottery bat here. I pulled out fabric for two of them. And then one for this one, which I don't remember what name I gave it, so I might just do. Well, I think I gave it the name Katsu because Katsura, that I've probably mispronounced or gotten wrong completely, is the artist that did the Great Wave off of Kanagawa, which is that fabric. So I think I named it Katsu, but I'm not sure. I might just do whatever the Japanese word for wave is, which is like, I'm gonna get this wrong. It's like Nami. I don't know Japanese. I know how to Google things. Um, so I might rename that one, but we'll see. But I think I want to do this one on white as well. So it just really, really highlights those the blue waves. I don't think I want to do a blue on this one. I don't know if I have a blue that would look really, really good with it. I do have, what is this? Denim? No, it's Bluebell. Maybe Bluebell. Not as, like, it's so desaturated though. So maybe Bluebell to go with that, but it's just so desaturated. I'm not really a fan. If I had the deep, deep blue, I might do a deep, deep blue, but I have so many blue bats as it is. Basically, all of the space bats are blue. I don't know. Let me. I might just go with white. Yeah. I think I'm gonna just do white with that one. That is flickery and hurting my eyeballs. So white bats 3, dark lime if I have it for Melanie. Dark lime. Do I have dark lime? I should have dark lime. I bought that. Dark lime, 1 yard. Yes. What is this bit? Is a quarter yard? Okay. So I can cut that out there, and I'm gonna set these up to cut on my Cricut for the bat fabric, which I hope that is sticky enough for all 4 of them. We're gonna see if I have to change that out again. I didn't clean off the edges of the sticky stuff that I put on the mat, so it's now no longer sticky. So first up is I'm going to cut those guys out, get that situated on my Cricut. Whew. Many pins up there now. Let's see. That's the direction of the fluff. Blur. Whew. Which I must have cut a bad out of there before. White fabric you need temporarily. At 16. I'm gonna make it a little bit longer. So this will be Melanie. I tried making her with like a darker green to be more like the watermelon edge. It was not very good. It just didn't look right. Really can't have any fluff on it to be on the Cricut mat at all. Which is annoying. Oop. Yes, that's the down direction. I'm just doing the one Melanie. So I just need one piece of the green. Whew. I'm going to have 3 of the white bats. Doop doop. Okay, no fuzzums allowed. You can see all the black fuzzums that got stuck. That's very annoying. Okay, now going over to my Cricut, which I don't have a camera on, so infrequently. Load it up. Load in. You need a marker. What color marker would you like? You want a dark green? Crayola fine line adapter. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Good. There. That's cutting. That's for Melanie. Then I've got 3 more white bats to make. Ugh. On my white fabric. That needs pushed out. Good. Fuzzums everywhere. Yep, there's some fuzzums on there. Cool beans. Which direction do you go down? You go down this way. Okay, so actually I should be cutting from the bottom. Here we go. Ah, okay, how are you doing? Not bad. Oh, that new thing. Hairbrush, hairbrush. Cricket is done with Melanie. That is my dark green. I'm going to put that one away because I don't actually need that one right now. I can probably use a yellow. Should be fine on should be fine on the white ones, so I don't want to use up my darker markers if I don't need to. There, you're going to just wait right there, Cricket. Cool, cool, cool. I am going to cut, I think, 3 up this way because then I'm going to cut the 2 pieces of shark next to it. Get that out of the way. Getting you out there. Good. Oh. I'm going to have to straighten up the edge because they didn't do a great job cutting it for me. And I can't use that last inch there. That's good. Tools. Put them all in the wrong spot. It's cool. Who needs tools? 1. Whoops. This lay flat. You're cool. Ugh. Go, and I'm just going to get rid of that bad edge so I don't accidentally do anything on it. Okay. Shake that out afterwards. Now that bottom edge should be straighter. If I take off this entire edge here, we should be good. Ah. Flip that over, use the backside. Oops. Okay, that was 2. 3. Uh, okay. I just took that entire edge off. I don't need it. Useless to me. I don't think that white piece is big enough for any of the giant shark bits, fortunately. I'm gonna just have a little bit of extra on that top edge there. Shark's gonna come out of here. I do need, I think, 27 inches for that shark. A yard is 36, so I'm gonna be using the majority of it right there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn that sideways. Most of those fluffies off. I'm gonna move the fabric out of the way, get those set up for bats, and then cut out the giant shark bits. Oh, you're not picking up anything. You are not sticky in the slightest. Okay. Try that. Now can you get my bits? Okay. Let's hope you're good. Oop. It's mostly just that top edge that really, really lets go of all of its fluff. So that's really where I'm trying to get the most stuff off of. I need that top edge to stick down. I cut right next to it. Ah, you're not coming off. Let's see. Goes down that direction, down that direction. Oh, I got that one backwards. Down that way, down that way. This one goes down that way. Okay, now I can get Melanie back. Ta-da! So I have my Cricut do most of the tracing for me, and that gets all of the bits in there, and I've got them all spread out so that it uses up the most amount of fabric there. There's not a lot of waste on that, so this is just like a huge time saver that I don't have to do all that cutting or all that tracing. I can just go straight to the cutting. Cricut gets the next fabric. This is yellow marker. Let's see, yellow marker works. Yes, we're good to go then. And go. Okay, cool. That's those guys in there. Now I can cut these ones out. It'll be Melanie. And I can be tracing and cutting things at the exact same time now. This is the part that goes under the ears, which the ear shape is traced on the cotton, so I don't need to have it there. There's some of the feet. That's the other feet bit. And that next one just finished on the Cricut. Okie dokie. So, and that's basically all that I throw out. So that works out really nicely on the Cricut, and I have that cut out, and we're on to the next small ray. So there's that. It goes down this direction. Good to go. Okay. 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 Oh no. Ah, okay. Okay, that next one is done. Ah, I ran off for a second, so and let me turn. Okay. Let me get these guys cut out. Oops. And that one comes out. There we go. Ta-da! There's another bat. Nice and easy there. Okay, that's gonna be the last one. Gonna drop that on the Cricut. Ah, 2 more seconds. Cool beans. I'm not gonna start that up because I know there's a raid coming. Because I'm currently watching the person who's gonna raid me. Whoops. Hello. Hello, readers. Welcome on in. I was actually just watching Phoenix. So, hi, you are not surprising me right now. I knew you were coming. Yes, hello. I am actually working on plushies for the exact same market that you are working on. So I will maybe see you there this Saturday. That's kind of exciting. I'm cutting out a couple of bats right now. I've got 4 or 5-ish more that I want to do. So just getting them cut out. But if you haven't seen what the bats look like before, they are these little guys. Yeah, awesome. If you don't find me first, I will find you first. Um, yeah, so I'm working on cutting out a couple fabrics for bats. I've got these white ones that are going to be these wings here. I've got the Great Wave of Kanagawa for some of them, and then this nice white and blue with silver floral pottery bat. One of my favorites. So they're going to be the 2 white bats, and then for the green bat that I've cut out up here, I've got uh, some seeds for a watermelon bat named Melanie. That's currently what I'm working on. After that, I am going to be making a giant ass shark, which I don't have right now. I only have my medium and small versions. I stitched these 2 up yesterday. I need to stuff them. After everybody's made, that's when they're going to get stuffed. So I've got small, medium, and then my large shark is about 3-ish feet long. So huge dude. That will be as soon as I get these guys cut out. I'm going to cut out the fabric for the shark. You're near the food trucks. Okay, yes, I will definitely come visit because food trucks. I am pretty sure that Mr. Moose, my partner, will be there with me, so I will probably just give him control of my tent for a bit so that I can actually go around and see the other vendors, because that's the worst part about working at craft fairs is you don't get to see everybody. Okay, everybody's cut out there. Let me scoot these up because I'm going to need all of this space for that giant shark. I have one more bat that needs to be cut out. Doing that. Food truck, the ice cream doesn't show up? That should be illegal. If they're going to have ice cream, they have to actually bring the ice cream. Okay, so white fabric for the giant ass shark here. Ugh. Needs to go that way. And just checking direction of the fur goes that way. Okay. The belly of the giant shark. Gonna be that big. So that is the belly size alone for this guy as compared to the tiny guy right there. Yes, enjoy your lunch and your work. I will be here for the next many numerous hours. Okay, so I need one piece that is 12 inches wide and 30 is what I've told myself from the past. So 36 to 6. So that's how much space I gave myself. I gave myself a little bit of wiggle room here. I don't think I need that much wiggle room. I'm going to cut it down, I think, to maybe inch and a half space. And it's going to be 12 wide, which that makes sense. Yeah, because that's the 6 inches there that I need for it. So perfect. Okay. So I'm cutting this out as one big square because it still needs a mouth, which is going to be embroidered. Take that fabric away. Whew, and just drop it on the ground. That's cool. Fabric belongs on the ground. Natural place. Okay. So that's my belly fabric. I need mouth fabric, which I did not write down what I need for that. So it needs to be approximately 3 by 3 times 2-ish. I might actually embroider out the location and then I'll put a ruler on top of it and figure out what that should be before I cut it. That guy away. I need my 260-200 hoop, which will be a 12 by 16 stabilizer. Top of the hoop goes which way? Like that. Okay. That's going to be my embroidery bit. I don't think I have a 12 by 16 pre-cut bit. I do not. I will have to cut a 12 by 16, which is fine. I can do that. Whew. Okay, so there's my stabilizer for my hoop, and it rolled off the table. Cool. That also belongs on the floor. top of the hoop there. This goes in like this. That's how I've set up this embroidery file. So fabric goes down that way. I can move him out of the way. Center of the hoop is not the center of the plastic, so I'm going to just fold this in half so I know where to center it. It'll be right there. I have a little gap at the top and it overlaps on the bottom. That is actually centered on where the embroidery is going to go, though, because there's a foot on the machine that can't hit the plastic, so they need to leave a gap there. I probably don't want to pin this in. I do need to set up Thomas so he can do his embroidery bits. He is not turned on yet. Okay. He's doing his wiggle. Yes, 2 more wiggles. And then I do know that this is where the markup file is. That is giant. Load that. Okay. I have that there. Bring my hoop over to Thomas. Whew. Put that in there. Good. Whoop, no, don't slide. You need to stay where you are. Good. Do your wiggles. Is that where you're going to start sewing? Yeah? Okay. I'm going to slow you down just in case there's any issues. I can catch you before you cause big issues. See, like that right there, my no, no lumps. Lumps are uncool. Stop that. Ugh. I usually don't make it so that all the lumpy fabric is in the arm of this guy. I usually have it so it's all out to the outside where there's more space. Ask me to not think this one through when I created the file. Okay, so what he's doing right now is just tracing out the outside, and he's also traced out where that mouth goes because I'm going to put a piece of pink fabric there to go underneath the teeth so that the inside of the mouth is pink. Yep, so cut your thread. We're going to pull this out and figure out what size pink I need, and I'm actually going to write it down for future me. It would be very nice to future me. Okay. This ruler will work. Is what? It is 7. I'm going to do 7 because the mouth is that wide. So 7 would be good. And I'm going to do 7 by 4 for the pink mouth. So draw this pink mouth, 4 and 7. Okay, so future me now will know. This can go back over. Actually, before I do this, I'm going to get rid of all this extra fabric that is causing the issue being bunched up. There we go. That should now hopefully stay out of the way. Put that back in, and then I need the pink, which is the this pink here, and I need it to be 4 by 7. I think I might actually just cut out the bottom section here on the top layer of the fabric, bottom of the fabric. 4 by 7. 7 would be 9. Okay. Do I have this marker right on pink? 7 there. Okay, so that's about what I'm going to cut for it. That should give me extra around the edges as well. Okay, and I need just regular scissors because I'm not going to be cutting that with my rotary cutter, my little pizza wheel. There we go. That'll be the shark mouth bit. It goes down that way. Okay. So Thomas is going to work on this now. Make sure you're covering everything. Yes, and yes. Okay. That should be good there. So I'm going to have him trace that out. Okay, so now he's traced that out. I need you to cut your thread again. When he cuts his thread normally, he only cuts the top thread, not the bottom thread. So when I'm removing the hoop entirely, I need to tell him to cut both sides, top and bottom, so that I can actually remove the hoop. And then I can just come and cut along all the extra, get rid of this. Okay, so there's the pink for the mouth on the giant shark. Do 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 do. And I'm going to need some water soluble stabilizer. So this stuff just basically melts away afterwards. You put it in hot water and it just like dissolves. But you put it on top of your fabric as you're embroidering so that it holds down all the fluff and the fluff doesn't like stick through all of your little threads there. I'm gonna pin that down because now I know where he's going to embroider, so I can put pins in without chance of him hitting them. This is not something that you should normally do. You don't put pins into an embroidery hoop because it's very easy to hit them accidentally. And if you're sewing and you hit a pin, you know to stop. If you're embroidering and you hit a pin, your machine will just keep going and you can do some serious damage. So there we go. I actually want to pull the top up a little bit more. It's a little bit far from the pink. I don't want it slide away as he's stitching on it. The top just a little bit more of a pull there. Okay, there we go. And then I'm going to have him embroider out the teeth. That will take him a little bit. I'm actually going to slow him down even further. He's going to go super slow just in case there's an issue. I can hear it as it's happening. And then in the meantime, I have one more bat to cut out, and then I have to get the rest of the giant shark bits cut out as well. There's my bat Minky off the Cricut mat. Cricut mat gets hung back up so it doesn't get extra fluff on it. Thomas is going to do his thing while I do my thing. Okay, so there's all of my bats cut out. Bat pile. I need shark bits. I think I might be, so I've got this little chunk of white. This is why I wasn't able to work on the shark yesterday, because this little chunk of white is not big enough for the shark. He would fit this way, but then all of his fur would go sideways. So direction actually matters on the Minky fabric, and I did not have nearly enough for him. But his tummy is done. I've got a couple of blue bits. For the white bit, I have this. And I think it will fit nicely in here. Don't need my ruler anymore. I'm just tracing things now. Because I think he'll fit, yeah, he'll fit nicely there, and I think I can put the other side there. Yeah. Okay, this is fuzzy side up. I need to flip it. Okay. So this is going to go here. This little tiny chunk will end up going into my bin of small scraps. Anything less than about a quarter yard of fabric, which would be 18 by 30 on this fabric, ends up getting thrown into the scraps for small bits, like if I have to do the mouth embroidery. I'm not going to cut around that parent piece, actually. I don't want to have to print a new one out if I mess it up. Sometimes I cut the edges off the paper because I get real close to it, and I don't really want to have to cut this one out again because it takes 4 pieces of paper to actually put this together. Just a really, really big short. Yeah, see, that works out nicely. And I've got this line chunk there that I can scrap bin. You're good. Okay, so that's all of the white bits I need. The tummy and the 2 sides. I will need to still trace out the tummy bits once those are done embroidering, but I've got some time on that. Especially because I've slowed him way down. He's at like a quarter of the way through. He was giving me issues yesterday. I think he needs to be cleaned out. He's just got too much fluff in him. So I don't want him to go fast and have another issue, especially because that's a huge piece of fabric he's working on. And I don't need him to be going fast because I've got plenty of other things to do instead of just waiting on him. So slow and steady. There's one. Okay, and that piece goes to the scrap bin, which is currently MIA. Where did I put my scraps? Oh no, I lost my scraps. Oh, there they are. Underneath the other scrap, of course. Into the bin. Okay, so that's the center part of the short. I need pink and blue. Move these guys. Actually, I can put away the cricket for now. I don't think I need anything else cut out on there. Blue, 2 pink pieces. have my Shannon baby pink. I don't think I have any other pieces of this baby pink that I could use. For blush. Okay. No, no other baby pink. I don't remember what size bit I was working on yesterday, if I should have had any of that left. Size? Go with no, because I cannot find it off the top of the shelf. I think I buried it when I. No. Okay. Okay, so time to cut into a new piece of fabric. Oh, I only got a half yard of this for some reason. Why would I have done that? I use lots of giant short. That fits there nice. Oh, that fits there nicely too. Oh, okay. Perfect. So I'm going to just cut that, flip them, and then cut it again. Okay. I am going to trace this as well. My yellow marker will probably work just fine. And then I am taking this shark to the market on Saturday, just so it can be there. But it is spoken for. So if I sell it, I have to immediately make another one for a friend who wants it. If it doesn't sell, then this will be their shark. Giant pink bit goes away. So that's the back section of the shark. Oops, tilted you. Don't do that. You need to be here. Now I'm going to use something other than my yellow because I don't want to have two yellow lines in the orange. Orange is good. Okay, ready? No tilts. Maybe I should trace that section. Pattern weights. Where did I put my pattern weights? And by pattern weights, I mean really inexpensive washers from Lowe's. Are you where you're supposed to be? Yes. Okay. No moving now. No wiggles. And then you need a dot. Yep. Okay. That's going to be where the eye goes, which I will have to make the eye color for this instead of just buying the pre-made eyeballs from the internet. I have the clear eyeballs that I'm going to create a backing for because a friend has requested that it has gray slash silver eyes, and that's not a normal eyeball color that you can find uh, in the wild world of internet eyeballs. So the other sharks that I made yesterday, the tiny shark just has solid black eyeballs. The medium shark has glitter blue eyeballs just to match the. Oh, I don't know if that's going to be picked up on the camera, but just to match the blue of the snoot. It's got some glittery blue eyes there. But the giant one is going to have glittery gray eyes. Eyeball dot. Eyeball dot. Tricky bits are half stitched out. Dot a little bit larger. And I need my baby blue. Where did I put my baby blue? There's baby. Okay. Got your baby blue. Nice. The wheel. That's my halfway fold. So I used about a quarter yard of fabric for this guy. Because this right here was a half yard, and I made it almost to the fold. That is good to know. I do price my plushies based on how much time they take and also how much material they use. So I have to have a pretty good accounting of how much materials I'm actually going through so that when it comes to like taxes and shit at the end of the year, I can put it all together. Taxes and other terrible things. Oh, didn't put the tag on it. Ah. Oh, and I need to change this because I no longer have half a yard. Now I have a quarter yard of pink fabric. Baby pink. I've tried to keep an accounting of like how much of each color fabric I have on like a online spreadsheet like Google Sheets or something, so that when I go shopping I know what colors I have. And it has not worked out. I just never remember to update it. So basically it is a system of I have a sticky note of some sort uh, pinned to each color fabric. And if I do not go shopping with like an actual like plan, I have to hope that Mr. Moose is home. He's not at work because I will call him, send him into my craft room, and ask him to read out what is listed on the sticky notes for me. So I know if I need more or if I have enough for future projects. If he is not home, then I just gamble if I have it or not, which is how I've actually ended up with like 3 yards of the same turquoise color that I really, really like. Because I keep forgetting I have it. And so I'm just like, well, I like this one. I probably don't have it. And then I buy it, and I do actually have it. Fine, though. It doesn't go bad. Just takes up more storage space. Pinky bits. I actually made these trans sharks for the Pride Fest that I was selling at last month, and ended up. I took the giant shark, one of them, because I was like, yes, that is probably not going to sell. He is very expensive, and I don't know if people are going to want a giant stripy shark, but it will be interesting, and people will come over looking at it, and then like buy something else that's slightly smaller, less expensive. And I ended up selling the shark within the first 2 hours of the day. So I was like, oh no, he's gone. I have to make another one, which is good. I'm glad he sold. Like that's very cool. Um, Made my day. But also, oh no, I have to make more. Okay, this chunk that's missing was the sharks from yesterday. I think I'm going to just work my way up one side because this is the extra wide stuff that is incredibly hard for me to fold up and get into my closet, where all the other stuff is stored. So if I take an edge off of it, make it 60 instead of 90, it'll fold nicer. Ah, stop. I want you up here, not sliding down. Do that. Good. Stay where you are. Cool beans. I have 3 pattern pieces for the blue and actually need 4 copies of this, 2 of the other ones. I think put him like that. That's probably going to be the best choice there. Can I get 2 here? I don't think so. No. Hmm. Can I get something else out of there? Can I do a second tail, maybe? Ugh, maybe that might be better. And then I'll do the second head here. And then just these guys all the way up until I have all 4 of them. That way. Not really. Because wherever I put this, I'm going to need right there. Bring him up and fit him there. That might actually be okay. So I'm going to do this one first. And then I'll flip it and do this one around this one. Okay. Eh. Purple marker, maybe? Let's see. Pattern weights again. Don't want you sliding around. I want you right up at the top. Okay, so there's that one. Flip you around. Can I put you there? Yes, I can. I can fit that guy right in there as well. Okay, I don't think I can do 3 and the rest of the face though. Oh, we'll see. We'll see where people go. Yes, you need to be here. I don't want to hit that edge because that's a selvage. It's a yucky part of the fabric that got held by the machine as it was being made. So there's my 2 tail bits. I only need the 2 of them. You need the face bit, which doesn't really matter where it goes because it's just going to be underneath there. Go. Terrible trace. Good. Got everything? Yes. That dot there is going to be important. That's dart at the tip of the nose that takes it from being flat to being like curved. So I need that up. Switch you up a bit. That one there, maybe? I like this one right there. It fits so nicely. That one fits nice there. Ah, it does not fit there. Maybe that one there, and then I'll flip one and put it right here. It won't be the most ideal placement, but it'll be fine. Okay, here. I'm kind of tracing off the edge of my table. Okay, there's my two faces. Ooh, the booper snoots. I really wish I could put that right there. Just a little tiny bit of overlap on that bit. It'd be nice if I could get that. There. And last one. Where do I want to put this guy? Maybe right there. That'll give a nice square to work in later on. Since I can't really do just like a straight line cut across anywhere. Okay, there we go. Just as Thomas is finishing his embroidery bits. Thank you, Thomas. I'm gonna just move those pear knives out of the way so I can cut, but I will need them again for cutting out the belly bits. Because that's, again, just a very rectangular shape that I cut. I'm gonna get the two bellies out of there. Okay, there we go. That's freed from the blue piece. Can I fold this any smaller? It is still 36 when folded. I really want it to be 30 when folded so that it fits nicely on my shelf. It's fine. Whatever. So my shelf really fits fabric that is about 15 inches. It's about a 14-inch shelf. So if I got 15-inch fabric, that fits really nicely when it's all folded up. So this doesn't stick out as much as it did. It used to stick out to about here. Baby blue to be labeled and pinned and put away. So bother with that right now. There's Motiti bits. Those pins out. Take this out. Take away my stabilizer. Thread there that needs to be snipped. Good. Okay, There's my shark mouth. That looks good. That can come out of there. I think I'm done with embroidery for today. I have to sew the manatees' heads onto their bodies, and then they're basically ready to be stuffed. They're done. The bats just need sewing. The shork has his embroidery done. The cork seeds just need to be sewn. So I think Thomas can turn off. Thank you, Thomas. For now, we're going to just get rid of you. We don't need to see you right now. Because I've got a lot of cutting things out to do. Okay. Nice. The booper snoot. I might actually keep that bit right there. I'm not going to scrap that. That looks like it could be used for like embroidery applique bits. I like that bit. Not keeping this little bit down by the tail, but I do like this bit. Nice and long. That piece is going to get saved. None of this is going to get saved though. Normally, I don't save things that are like less than like a 4x4 bit. It has to be that big. Otherwise, I don't save it. Just because most everything I do, you're going to lose a half inch off of it just for any like edges on it if it's for embroidery. like putting in the hoop, you're going to lose a full inch off of it. So you get about 2 inches of actual working space on it. Anything smaller than that, you lose most of it just to those edges. Okay, so that's on my light blues. Them out of the way, and then I need to get the belly pattern piece again. Go, because this needs to be cut out now. I'm gonna flip that over. And then I need my regular ass scissors because I'm going to cut away a lot of this stabilizer. I don't need it for now. Yep, don't cut the fabric. Don't do that. Rude. Good. Oh my gosh. This is very cheap stabilizer paper. Not ripped nice. It shreds every once in a while. I will not be buying this brand again. Okay. Move them there. And pattern wait time. I'm going to trace this as well. I grabbed one too many. Well, we'll just put it right in the center. I'm going to trace this as well so that I don't cut my pattern because, again, I think 3 pieces of paper to put that pattern piece together. So, banana marker time. I got a whole bunch of markers, like 70 some markers from the craft thrift store near me. They had a sale day where it was you get a big paper shopping bag, $10, and everything you fit in it is yours. So I went there and picked out all of their washable markers because I go through them a lot. These guys are great for drawing on fabric, but the fabric really like just sops up the ink. So I go through a lot of markers. So I got 70 plus some markers for $10, and that like didn't fill the bag, so I kept filling it with other stuff as well. I got so many cool things, little notions, bits for like hook and eye closures for plushies clothing, all sorts of stuff for $10. It was lovely. It's my favorite store in the area. Um, and oops, let me move you where you're supposed to be. Thank you. And I did not realize at the time. I came home and started using them, and these the black markers are scented. So this is banana. There's my 2 belly bits. Oops, there's a pattern weight underneath the pattern. My bad. Put that away. Cool beans. Which tells me there are ads incoming, so I might actually take a quick little break while those ads are playing. And then I will come back and everything is cut out. I've got my 4 bats, I've got my giant shark, uh, I've got my Korok seeds, and I've got my manatees. So at this point, I just need to put everybody together and stitch them all up. So, yep, I got shark bits. I've got 2 manatees that will take all of 2 minutes to put their heads onto their bodies. Oop. A little sea cow. And then 4 bats. So that's what I'm working on first. If I've run out of things to do before I am tired of working today, I also have all of my Korok seeds, which have their faces here. They just need to be stitched around the outsides there, and then sewn onto their bodies, which I need to sew the bodies up, but whatever. I've got those things to do as like a stretch goal for today. Those don't need to be done by this weekend. They just need to be done 2 weeks from now when I go to a retro video game convention. I thought Korks would be a good thing to have there, but I do have a little bit more time with them. So I am going to say I will be right back after the ads play. And whoop, it is huge. Okay, I'll be right back. Just edit things on screen. Ooh. Okay, so we can go to Bernard now. And just wiggle his camera around. Cool. Okay. Whoop. Don't kick things. I need to sew things together. I'm going to start with the little guys, I think. The manatees. Just because they are the quickest and easiest for me to finish. I made these yesterday and then I uh, washed them out already, so they are clean and good to go. I guess I should be on the table first before I go to Bernard. Because I do have to pin these guys together first. And then I leave the gap right on their bellies. That's where they get stuffed. But the rest of it, I do want the lines to line up. So I'm going to go around and pin different bits in place. Probably don't need this many pins, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Stab myself. Uncool, uncool. So this little guy's face ended up, his nose is on a black, uh, there's nose is on the black. Oh, yeah. Can't focus at all, can you? His nose is on the black, so you can't really see it, whereas this guy, well, now that he's pinned all together, I can't show you, but anyways, his nose you can see. This guy's nose is a little bit harder to see, which is better than the first sea cow baby manatee I made. Um, that cow manatee, his eyes both ended up on black, and like one nostril was on black. It was very hard to see all the details that I put into him. Even black eyes on black spots. Black nose on black spots. I was considering maybe doing white yarn for this guy's nose just because it is both on the black. But I sell these at a store in person, and you have to basically put a picture up of what they're going to look like. And they are very, very strict on making sure things actually look like what you are selling when you take the picture. So I don't want to do the thing where it's like, well, some of them are going to have black noses because they're on whites, and some of them are going to have white noses because they're on black. Like, I don't know how strict they would be about having those pictures match there. I sold a baby manatee at that store yesterday, so that was cool. It was a blue manatee. I'm not going to make a replacement for that one right now. Um, I thought the blue was going to be the most popular. Well, first off, I thought sea cow was going to be the most popular because I love my puns. Um, I've got sea cows. I've got sea pancakes. A little sea pancake here. Doesn't have its tail yet, but little sea pancake. See if the camera gets angry. Yeah, camera gets angry. Cool. My little sea pancake with some uh syrup on its back and the pat of butter that will go right here. I got sea pancakes, sea cows. I like the little puns there. So I thought sea cow was gonna be the most popular, but the blue one would be the second most popular because it's most similar to the colors. Like it's this very diluted blue, like not like the guy down in the corner here. Like this guy is much more blue. I did a very diluted blue, so it was almost a gray. And I thought that would be the most popular. Love white thread? I do. Cool. Okay. I thought that would be the most popular just because like it like the accurate colors, but the flowers have actually been the most popular. Unfortunately, because this is the last chunk of that fabric I have. I can make like one half of a sea cow left. Like that's all I have. Okay, change your speed to medium. Max speed medium. Stitch length 2. Do your little stitches. Put your needle down. Okay, should be all situated and good to go. Ah, okay. That manatee is done. I didn't even change the camera over because he's going so quick. Come on. Okay, there we go. Manatees be done. And I can flip that little dude. Yeah, see, there's the nice little black nose right there that you can't see on the sea cow one because it's on black. He needs to get stuffed, but he's good for now. I'm going to sew everybody together and then stuff and stitch them up after that. Because I have tomorrow. I will not be streaming tomorrow. Yeah, see, black on black. Very difficult there. I will not be streaming tomorrow just because I'll be getting ready for the market. And I don't want to be stressed out about not being able to do things on camera because I'm going to be running around crazily. And so I won't be streaming tomorrow. I will just be working on finishing things up. So if I don't finish sewing somebody or like stuffing and sewing somebody up, I have all day tomorrow to do that as well. This evening I've got a D&D game, so I will also be able to sew heads onto bats and do things like that in between rolling dice. Okay, so the manatees are actually done. I can take them off of my current project, like, boop, goodbye, manatee. And then list manatee, no. No manatee necessary. Bats, stork, and oryx. That's pretty, I could actually, yeah, okay. The bats will take me probably the most amount of time. Like that's going to be most of the day. Oryx is a stretch goal. I probably won't get to them, but stork and then bats, that will probably be a thing. Shork I should be good at. Shork does not get stuffed today because I've got all that marker now that I've drawn on. I need to wash that out. So belly bits there. I'm gonna just take over 1/2 of Shork at a time because him's big. You guys need to go into the bucket of things to do. Nope, that one goes there. Oh, I actually probably have to cut that out still. Oh. Okay, so I can do these little arms. This needs to be cut out. Scissors for that. My tiny snips. Next week is going to be, I hope, a fun stream. Bunch of streams because I'm going to do all the RetroCon stuff. So I'm going to be working on the Koroks, a giant uh, Spyro the Dragon, bunch of different things like that. They're just going to be big and I hope fun. That goes to the other side. This goes to this side. This goes to that side. This one comes here. Is out of the way. So I got my tail there, almost off the screen. Got my little back fin. There's the front. There's the booper snoot. And there's the center white bit. Okay, so that's one side of the shork. And also I have the fins. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay. All good there. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is the fins. I can't take all these bits over at the same time because they are just too big. So I'm going to take over just the fins, do both the fins, then come back. Ooh, I can't do them. Nope, I need, not doing the fins yet. I need to do the batting to go inside them so they're not super floppy. So I will do that after I do the body. So I'm gonna start, I think, with these two first, and then I'll grab each one as I need them. First up is going to be the dart on the front of this dude's face. This makes that front part of the snoot rounded rather than like flat like a pillow would be. But you know, pillows aren't flat, but like they have that sharp edge to them. This will give them more of like a rounded. Oh, there we go. Instead of laying flat, now it has like that little bump to the center of it, so it'll give it a rounded appearance there, which it doesn't want to stay rounded, but whatever, it will be rounded. Got that bend to it there. Then we've got this piece, which eyeball will be right there, so I've got the right one. Just before I stitch everything down in place. I should have my pokey stick for this. I need a second pokey stick so that it stays at my machine and one stays at my table at all times. That's where we're gonna leave that stick. Pokey stick so that I don't have to stick my fingers underneath the needle. Move my machine a little bit. Okay. There's my blue pink, which looks very not pink in the but whatever. White for the center bit. Oop. Let me fold that over here. Why did I draw a white dot right there? Or a yellow dot? Huh. I must have been that yesterday, maybe when I was lining things up, attempting to fit. That's not a part of this pattern. We don't need that yellow dot. And the butt pink. Whew, don't do that. Come on. Okay, and then from this one, I do want to work, I think, from the tail up, not the pink down. I took my pins away. I don't have any pins over here anymore. Whoops. It's fine. I'll hold it in place. This is big enough. It's easier. Yeah. Okay. That was big enough. It should be fine. The little ones, I was having trouble lining everything up right at that bottom section. Actually, but it was also small enough that it took like 4 pins to go across every quarter or every half inch, so like 2 inches across. This is a little bit bigger. Yeah, just a little bit bigger. Okay, so from here to here, basically what you can see on screen, that's 3 feet. That is a 3 foot table that I've got. That much tail is sticking off over the edge. That much tail. That's a big shark. Big, big shark. This one next. That needs to be snipped. I don't know why I brought Pokey Tool back over here. pokey tool needs to stay at sewing machine. Okay. And starting with that dart. There's the front of the nose. Oh, I really want pink on top, so I guess I'm going to start from the bottom of it. Because I'm attaching a mostly straight piece, pretty curved piece. I like keeping the curved piece on the bottom. I feel like it's easier to bend the straight piece into the curve than to bend the curved piece. Go, let's grab the white. There's 3 bits. I think I'm gonna just start from the easier to keep large bits over out of the way that way. And then the tail. Start from the bottom again. Okay. There's the other half of the shark. Ba-dum. Next step is to sew on the belly. Well, no, not the next step. Second from now step is to sew on the belly. Before I can do that, I need to get the fins so that the fins can go in between the body and the belly. In order to get them done, I need the batting that's going to go inside of them. Batting buried underneath the table here. Pull out that box. Hello, thank you. Some batting. Brought my pokey stick over again. I didn't need to. This stuff is normally used for quilting. I'm using it for shark finning. Let me get the pins out of my way so I get them stuck in the batting. And then I'm just going to cut this stuff a little bit larger, but not by much. It really does stick to the Minky nicely, but mostly stays where it's. If I put this right here, hold you up just so I can get you out of the way. Stop. Stuff you back in the box, out of my way. both like that. Those guys hung back up. And then on the fabric, the good sides go together with the batting underneath. And I need to get my clips. I can clips around the edge. So, that might be a little bit harder around the edge there. Just yellow pin this. Where are my yellow pins at? Oh no, yellow pins. Well, I'm going to use the ones that are hanging above me. I don't know where my pin cushion full of yellow pins. And I don't want to go dig it up right now. There we go. There's one fin, one sharky shark fin. And the fabric bits. Okay, I need to do these, and then I will come back, pin them in place, put the bellies on, and with the little finny bits. The fin bits. I'm going through some pretty thick fabric here, so I am going to use a larger stitch. Normally on Minky I do a 2.0 stitch, 2mm. This time I'm going to 3mm stitch. And I'm taking out the yellow pins before I get to them. I run over my blue pins all the time because they are thin, and when the needle hits them, they will break before the needle does. These yellow pins are stronger than my needle. So I do not run over the yellow. Should never run over any pins. Like, that's all bad. Do not run over any pins. But if you are going to run over pins, make sure that they are the weak, wimpy pins that will break or bend instead of the ones that will break your entire sewing machine. don't have my pokey stick because I left it at the table. There we go. Now I'm going to cut off the extra of this, and that way when I flip it inside out, there will be a layer of foam in there to kind of give it a little bit of stiffness so that it has some shape and form to it. I should get my pokey stick. Good. Okay, pokey stick. Oh, email. A reminder to go pick up my check. Got it. I'll be doing that this Saturday at the craft fair event. Yeah, that went much nicer, much smoother and quicker. Pokey stick. I really need a second pokey stick. I can just leave this guy here and then bring another one to the table with. I don't think I need him at the table today. Well, I will for the bats, for the eyeballs. Other than that, he can stay right there, and hopefully I won't lose him there. Okay, so fins. Get everything else out of the way because I am going to bring cutter. There we go. Okay, so now when I flip these, they've got some depth to them. They are a little bit stiffer, and they won't just flop around weakly. This shark will be able to swim. Yeah. And I do want in real quick for each of them because now that I've stitched the fabric in, there is an actual up and down to them now. There's like a top side and a bottom side. And That's just because I've sewn it into the seam. So right at the seam here, this batting actually folds over double, so that I've got 2 layers right here on this side of the seam and 0 layers right here. So this is now the top side of the fin. It just looks a little bit nicer than the bottom side of the fin as far as I'm concerned. So I want to make sure that I put these onto the tops of each short side. That's the wrong fin now. So this is the proper fin. I just want to make sure before I put him in. And now I need my blade over out of the way so that I didn't get them stuck in the batting. Get pinned in place here. Ah. Here. And here. Okay. Sharky Shark's fin. Now I need him belly, which should be this one. All that stuff out of the way. Yep, his belly's going to go on like that. So I'm going to start at the very tip, at the butt, him's butt, because that's an actual curve that I have to match up both sides. He's going to get plenty of pins right here. And I'm going to stab myself with a pin in the forearm. That was impressive. Thank you, cushion. And then I'm going to go up to the snoot and pin there as well because that's a curve. And then everything in the middle just kind of gets stretched to make sure that it fits. Ah, stab. Thank you, pen. Okay, so there's my belly. Belly on that dude. I will pin up both sides of the fork before I go and stitch him up. So short fork there. Yeah, my way. Okay, cool. Dork. Really should probably have the yellow pins for this part. Ah, stab. Ah, I actually want to stretch that a little bit more. I'm going to put that to right here. When I make this pattern available for sale, I will have better registration marks of like where exactly that fin goes, not just start at the white and go until it fits. So I will be adding those in. But for now, for me, I'm just kind of winging it because I know where they're kind of supposed to go, and that's good enough. Starting at ends where they curve. Got that. And then I'm going to go down to the tail and do that curve as well. I should go a bit more up before I line up. There, here. Okay, there we go. Both of them pinned together. Cool beans. I'm gonna just take these one at a time over to the sewing machine. Ah, got myself in the gut. Oh no, ads. Oh well. I'm going to just sew this guy up. And everybody who is stuck watching ads will just be amazed when he is finished. Whew. Oh, don't get uncool. And I am indeed sewing over these blue pins, which you should not do. Do not sew over your pins. I want to make sure I got through every layer, especially right at the fin. I'm really, really close to the edge here. I think I'm actually going to go over and sew that one more time. Everything else looks good. I got real close to the edge there. It's probably fine, but I don't want to like sell this guy and then the person who gets it takes them and like immediately falls apart. That'd make me feel really shitty. So I'm gonna reinforce that area. Just going pitch a little bit over it again, a little further from the edge. That should be better. I've gone from the stitches were right here to now they are there. I've added an extra like an eighth of an inch there. So that should be enough to support it. Take the pin out of there because now I have the top side sewn in place. Is looking good. Yeah, and see how that's like a fin. He's not floppy all over the place like the rest of this fabric is. That's essentially what the fin would have looked like without the batting in there to give it that little. So we're gonna put that guy back. He does need an eye, but the eye will be with scissors. I don't need my pokey stick for that, and I need to make the eye too. I have the eye. I don't have the silver for the backdrop of the eye. Okay. This guy basically going to do the exact same thing. Laying flat underneath. Don't want to catch any of that fabric. This is the part where 4 layers of fabric and batting. Technically 6 right at that seam. Not great right there either. I have a little bit of a longer stitch. I'm going to come back in and just smooth that one out as well. On my way, thank you. This one I cut all the edges. Just it's not perfectly smooth right there. I pulled it a little bit too hard or pin or something. I'm going to just smooth out that line. Yeah, that looks good. There was a little bit of a pinch there. Gone now. Or there's a little tiny bit of a pinch, but when I fill that up with stuffing, it vanished entirely. So that's good. Okay, now I need to make the eyes for this guy. And this shark gets 35mm eyes, which are the biggest eyes that I currently have in stock, I guess. I just need to find them. Where's my big eyes at? There we go. So those ones are 35mm, and they are going to be silver instead of any of the little colored discs that come with the eyes. Like these little discs. Green and gold, I guess, are the ones that I have remaining. Those are the ones that come with the eyeballs when you buy them, or at least these eyeballs. Different eyeballs have different colors, but like they're all basically made by the same people at this point, just with different names. So hard to find different listings of eyeballs unless you go to like the eyeball specialty website. So I got glitter fabric. This is actually fabric, not paper, so that you can actually get it wet and wash them and it won't dissolve away. But it's just glittery, really causing my camera to have a fit about it. That's cool. And then I'm going to cut my own little eyeballs out of it. And this cut right here is actually from the last eyeballs that I made. So also for a giant shark. One eyeball trace. There's a second eyeball trace. And then the important thing when cutting these out is you actually want to get rid of all of that ink that you just drew on them, because the shape that I have is the exact size that I need. The ink is outside of that shape. So I want to cut that off as much as possible. We'll just leave our shiny paper there to really mess with the camera. Yeah, it's slightly wiggling in the breeze from the air conditioning. Cool. You can really see that wiggle shine. Perfect. That is exactly what I intended. Sorry, camera. Good luck. All right, woo. There's the circle shape. And then I need to get rid of the center bit as well. Same thing there. You want to get rid of all of the ink. Woo! And then you want to throw it at the table. That's good. Okay. Oh, I might have big eyes soon. I have 4 giant eyes left. So I can either make 2 plushies or 1 weird plushie. And then that ring, the fabric ring, just goes right on the back of the eyeball, just like that. And that makes a silver eye versus just a plain eye of, or whatever color goes by. Sorry, camera. Stick that around there. Yep. Super weight down there. Flatten you down. Cool. And put away my crazy silver paper that makes the camera angry. This template goes back in the little baggie with the other colors. Eyeballs can be put away as well. Everything goes back into the eyeball bin. And then right where that dot is, I'm going to snip a little X shape. Oh, I do need the eyeball bag back out because I didn't get the backings for the eyeballs. And when putting eyeballs in, you want to cut the smallest possible hole that works for the back of the eyeball. Absolute smallest. If you're really uncertain about your fabric, you can also reinforce it with some stabilizer first and then cut that hole through there. This Minky, though, is good Minky. This is Shannon brand Minky. It is good fabric. And so you can cut those little holes and it doesn't fray too far. So as long as your hole is small, it'll still remain small. Okay, eyeball backing. 1, 2. And then for these eyes, I need to get my washers, which are my pattern weights, and also my press eyeballs into place tools. Because you have to press down on the back, but it hurts your hand. All the way on. No, one more maybe? Maybe one more. Let me it's closer so my whole body weight on it. There we go. Got it. Eyeball. Ta-da. Fantastic. There's a shark eyeball. Give it a little tug to get those wrinkles out from around. Cool. Oh, camera, you are having so many issues. Okay, so I have to change your settings about autofocusing tonight. Now, same with the other side. Tiny little snipped X, the smallest you can get away with. And the eye cap goes on the back. Do there. Good. The rings over top. Ah, that's 2. One more, come on. Maybe? I don't think you're done. No, you need one more. Okay. There we go. I'll wait. Got it. Eyeball. Fantastic. Ugh. 2 seconds. Okay, so there's my 2 eyeballs. Next up is pinning the whole thing together, making sure everything lines up, and then actually sewing him down. I'm going to start with the mouth because the mouth is the most important part to line up. And actually, before I do the rest of the pinning, I'm going to go over and I'm going to actually sew the mouth down, make sure that it all lines up nice. That way, in case it doesn't, I can come back and fix it without having to stab myself full of pins. Okay, take those 2 pins out. Let me open up that mouth and see. Not quite lined up on the bottom. Flex him back just a little teeny bit. Stitch that mouth again. Okay, that looks better. There we go. That mouth lines up. Okay. He's looking good. Okay. Now I'm going to go back and pin everything together all the way around, matching up all the bits. I don't think I need a pin in here, but I'm gonna put one anyway, just to be safe. I'll do one on the back of the fin as well. Maybe two on the back of the fin. Yeah, up towards the top of the curve. Curvy? Same with the tail. I'll probably put a couple in there just to make sure everything stays lined up until I get to the curve. Probably two, I think. That looks good. Ouch. Stabbed myself. Not bueno. I'm going to leave myself a fairly large stitching hole down here so that I don't sew in between. I'm going to put two pins at the start and end of where I want the holes to be, which is just kind of a visual shortcut for myself when I'm sewing. Like don't sew between the double pins. And then I'm also going to leave a stitching hole up at the top section just so that I can get the stuffing into both halves of him. Okay, there we go. He has now got pins all the way around. Put my pattern weights away. Them. Oh, I'm going to put a couple more pins in this blue section right around this curve too. Right around the curve of his snoot. Just to make sure he stays snooty. There we go. That's a good guy there. Before I go and stitch him up, it has been about 3 hours, so I'm going to take out my microphone just so it doesn't die on me. So I'll be right back. Okay. Now we can go back over to Bernard with the giant shark. I'm going to put most of him behind the machine because I'm starting here and coming around. And I'm just finding the line from the mouth last time. And I'm actually going to go a little bit around it. I'm going into the seam allowance there because I don't need to stitch that exact same line again. There we go. Pull that out. I'm going to pull out the pins as I go, purely so that I don't stab myself with. Like, just clarifying, not because you shouldn't run them over. Like, the real reason you pull them out, no, I'm not doing that. I'm doing it so I don't stab myself. Grab the rest of him, rotate him around. Him's a big dude. I'll have my pokey stick for this part. Okay, and I have to grab this guy and pull him back around again. We're rotating. And I am actually going to get my Pokey Stick. Instead of just saying I should have it, I actually got it. That's a lot easier to feed through. Rotate again. Pull him this way. That's going to be my one stuffing hole. And then, woo, going to be my second. Ah. Okay. Sharky Shark is done. There we go. All of him bits are inside. I need to do a couple of little snips before I flip him. And then I'm not stuffing him today because he needs a bath. I've got all of these yellow and orange marks around his edges. If the camera wants to pick those up. Maybe. White background, does that work? Yeah, all those marks there, they need to be washed out. Otherwise, as soon as he gets slightly damp, that's going to bleed into the fabric around it. And that would be no bueno. So everybody gets a bath after they get drawn on with Crayolas. He will probably get a bath in a Tupperware Sterilite type container in the tub because he is too big for the sink. Are you being not that good? Cool. I made a glove. Or mitten? I made a mitten. There we go. Stick my hand through his butt. And there we go. There is the giant sharky shark. Oh no, his fins. Oh no, he's just a fish right now. He doesn't get his nice fins. How will people know that he's a danger shark? There we go. The sharky shark. Giant sharky shark. Yay. Okay, so shark is done for today. Wash him out, stuff him tomorrow. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'll be getting ready for the market, and I will have him done before the market. Next week is going to be retro stuff, including a giant Spyro. So I will have him done well before that. I have a couple of fun Mario fabrics that I'm going to make into the bats as well, but I think what I'm going to do is one bat a day and then a bigger project each day. So that'll be a little bit different than what I've been doing the past couple of weeks, which is just kind of making as many things as possible as fast as possible for conventions. I'm going to take Giant Sharky Shark away. He is going to go in the bin of things to be washed, which right now is just a box. The cardboard box bin of things to be washed. And I can come over here to say, Torque is done. So he is removed from my list, and he is going to disappear from my current project picture. Goodbye, shark. I have bats and Koroks left to do today. Probably just going to have the 4 bats. I'm not thinking I'm going to get to those Koroks, but I'm going to leave them up there for now. Okay, so bats. Melanie is the green bat. And then this is going to be, I forget the name. I think it was Katsu Shimura. And Ming. Ming is named for the Ming Dynasty, where a lot of that really popular blue and white pottery comes from. Shimura is Katsu Shimura. Katsu is from the woodblock artist that made the Great Wave over Kanagawa, which is what that fabric is based on. I'm pretty sure most swirly waves are now based on that. So I think I named that one Katsu, but I might change its name just depending on how I'm feeling when I make the name tag for her. So I can get these guys ready. I'm going to do, I think, all 3 of the white bats together, and then I will do the green bat afterwards, because I do need to change the thread color for them, and I already have the white in because I was using white for the shark. So I'm going to just continue on with white things. These guys will also not be finished today because I need to wash out the yellow ink from them. Okay, that's an ears, so you go with an ears. Wait, you go down that way. Okay. So an ears that way. 3, 4, 5. This is also for the feetsies. There's another feetsies. This is for ears. Fabric brushes down that way. Ears go down that way. Was that all 3 buys? It was all 3 buys. Okay. I was like, that's my second buy. Where's the third one? It's already in the pile. Okay. So the faces go with the ears once they're done. The gusset goes in the center of the head. The body goes with the wings. This is another feetsies. There's another belly. And the final feetsies. And then this is the ears. That brushes down that way. Ears go down that way. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is the ears and the feetsies because that is. Oh, camera. Really, camera? We're doing this again? Uncool. Why? You want to load yourself back up? Maybe? No. Hmm. Okay. You're just not going to work right now. That's cool. Let me just do this. Ah. I don't know if it's that specific camera or what. That one is not very friendly. Camera. No, you're just not going to work. Well, then. I might have to swap out that camera with a different one, see if I can if it's that specific location or if it's that camera itself that causes, because that's very frustrating. Ugh. Oh, I wonder if it's life. No, you're just still being okay. Uncool. You reset everything. Let's zoom you back in. You good? You gonna work? Well, now I need to change your side. And now you're zoomed in too far. But you know what? You're there, so let me fiddle with you. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, I got the camera back up. I don't know what I did, but I did it. So cool. Yay. Tech supported. Hell yeah. I'm back. And now I immediately leave this camera. Nope. Wait. Go back. Where are you going? Wrong one. I want sewing and table. There we go. We're going there. Cool beans. Okay, let's see if that now works. Ah, I need to get a drink after. Oh no, I'm out of water. Okay, well, I need to go get a new glass of water. So it says ads are like 4 minutes away, so I'm gonna just run them now so I can go do that, and I'll be right back. Okay, back doing the ears and the toes. Which I use my clear open toe foot for. Because I can see what's going on a little bit better with the opening in front and the clear plastic. Okay, that's one set of toes. Oop, didn't quite get to the edge of that toe. Gotta go backwards a couple stitches. There we go. Two sets of toeses. There's 3 sets of toeses. Okay. Now we got a little close to the edge of the minky, so I'm gonna flip it over and check the other side. Oh, okay, we're still good. I've been right up to the very edge before, and I didn't want that to happen. Okay, so I've got my little bits. Okay, here's Ming's ears. Oh, I can change it. Go back to the table. I'm working on the table now. Oop. That's 2 sets of ears. Here's my third ears. And now the toesies. Whoop. Oh, come on, cut. Let me cut that. I want to cut them from the back because it's easier to see the white thread on white fabric, but can't see the bottoms of the feet because I didn't sew the bottoms of them. I have to cut at least the front side bottoms. I still need to go back through and I'll cut in between each toe. Okay, there's on my toes. My not pokey tool, my turn things any outsidey tool. I don't know. They're not pliers. I always forget what they're called. My pinchers of some unknown name. I was thinking about making like a page on my website that would just be like tools, and there'd be just a list of all the things I usually work with, so that if people are watching me because they eventually want to make their own stuffed animals as well, or they do make stuffed animals and just want to duplicate what I'm doing, tools and everything, I would have like a list of the things that I find helpful. But I need time to actually do that, and time is not something I have. Like in between, if I could spend the time making a stuffed animal to sell or making a page on my website, I'm going to pick a stuffed animal to sell. I need to get to a point where I have enough stock that I don't have to keep replacing it after I sell it. But that also requires then you have to store everything that you make. So storage space is also an issue for me. I did make enough for the Pride Festival in June that I don't feel like I'm missing a lot of stuff going into the art market this weekend. So that's good. Like I still have like I think I made 40 bats in 5 days before the Pride Fest, because like that's my biggest event, and I ended up selling like 53 plushies, which is great. Um, but I made like 40 some bats in 5 days leading up to that. And I still have bats from before, like not just I still have some of the ones I made. I sold some of the ones I had pre-made, but I still have, I think, like 30, maybe 40 bats left, so I can put them out on my display and have a full display of bats. The difference is that I sold all the really popular bats, like the ones that I thought I was going to sell. Ah, let me wiggle my shoulder around. Ouch. Um, like I sold like a lot of the space bats, which I thought I was going to sell, which means I no longer have a lot of space bats. As opposed to like 2 years ago, I made a baseball bat, a basketball bat, and a golf bat. I still have all three of them. Like they haven't sold. So I don't think they're really going to. Uh, but at least I have them to put on the shelf. So I have the filler and then the popular ones I need to remake, which is kind of why I'm remaking Ming and Katsu here, because Ming is incredibly popular. Ming is always one of the first bats I sell of the day. I'm making two Ming, and then I've got one Katsu. I could make more, but that fabric I don't have a lot of, and I really like it, so I want to keep it here with me. Although I did see, so that was originally from Joann Fabrics, and I thought it was a keepsake calico, which was their specific brand. But I saw on Michaels.com, their website, that they're like, oh yeah, we sell 10,000 plus different fabrics. Yes, really, when they are traditionally not a fabric craft store. So I think they're kind of taking over where Joann's left when they went bankrupt. And they had that fabric in their advertisements for like, yes, we carry fabric. So I'm gonna have to go on to Michaels and see if I can find more of that fabric, because I didn't get a lot of it. And I kind of want to make something for myself out of that fabric. Um, Not just bats. I want to make something for myself. I don't know what, but I need fabric to do it. So I might grab some and store it, which is also a hobby, collecting fabric. So who knows? Okay, those are all flipped. I can sew up the darts on the bodies and the gussets. I don't do the belly gussets until after the wings are on, but I can take those over. Okay, so I'm going to do the darts on these guys and then wings to bellies, belly darts. And then I will come back and probably put the face, or no, I'm going to do the bodies and then the faces because Pokey Tool is going to be one of the last things there. Don't need the open toe foot anymore because I've gotten all of that done. Swap back to my 1/4 inch piecing foot. Good. Where is my stabilizer? Cool beans. So this is embroidery stabilizer. Usually you use it in your embroidery hoops. I take the extra bits that have been cut away from the embroidery afterwards, and I use them to be able to stitch right on the edge of fabric without the fabric getting like eaten by your machine, which is a big problem. So here I can start right at the edge of the fabric without my machine eating it. It's really helpful for tiny little small dart areas. So there we go. Dart finished. Did not eat the edge of the fabric at all. Technically, you could begin every single stitch on stabilizer. Sometimes, depending on the fabric, I will. Just putting a little tiny square underneath the first like 10 stitches. I don't really need to for the bats though. Just these darts, they work out a little bit better. Especially because this is going to be a section that I end up hand sewing, so having it stitched right to the edge of the fabric, that just helped out a lot. Okay, there we go. My darts be done. Here, I'm okay not starting right on the edge of the fabric because I'm going to turn around and sew that down again. It's okay that I didn't get right up to the edge because I'm going to stitch right over that right now to secure that butt, the bat butt. And I don't need to do the edge because I actually started in the middle here, go forward, and then go back, and then go forward to the middle. Kind of like the shape of a staple. Like I'm just doing right here. Start here, go forward, go all the way back and back around to the center. And that right there, that T shape, will be the butt of the bat. So that's the butt that it sits on. Yeah, the keepsake, the Joanne's keepsake. Yeah. But I saw it at like I got an email from Michaels saying, yes, we carry fabric, and they had the picture of the wave fabric in that email. So I'm not sure what happened with like did Joanne sell off their stock to Michaels, or I don't know what they did when they were liquidating that. But I really like it. It's really cool fabric, and I hope it still exists out there. The Waves is definitely one of my favorite fabrics that Joanne Fabrics had. The only ones I think I like better is they had two different Starry Night ones. Originally, they had one that was like actually like Starry Night. Whoa, scissors stay up there. There was like actually Starry Night, just kind of the trees and the houses and everything, just kind of layered across the fabric. And then they had one that was just the spirals itself, and that was a canvas and a keep calico, and I really like both of them. So I grabbed some of the spirals, like the wind spirals, the blue. I grabbed some of that in both canvas and cotton with the intent of someday I'm gonna make myself a bag, and until that point, I'm just collecting it and looking at it. Um, but back when they had the like the Starry Night entire scene, I grabbed an entire bolt of that just because I could. Okay, there's my three bodies. And I can take the little other dudes over there. They did get some of the licenses. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because like Keepsake was Joanne's, not generic. Okay, that's good to know. I really hope they do pick up and sell fabric because otherwise it's going to be very hard for me to find fabrics for bats and other projects, but mostly for bats. My local Michaels has like one aisle of actual fabric. And so like you can actually go in and get them to cut fabric for you, but they only sell in yard increments. They're not doing the full like I would like a quarter yard, please. So they're not, and they don't actually have a cutting counter, so they like take it into the back room and then they cut it for you, and it's like, yeah, that's fine. Just I'm gonna stand up front and wait for you. It's cool. But I did get well, I went in to get some of their beans for stuffed animals. So now I can make like the Beanie Baby beans with things. And they had a couple of fun patterns that I'm going to be making bats out of next week. They had a Princess Peach and Mario and everybody like that, and then they had a uh, Nightmare Before Christmas Jack Skellington's face. So I'm going to make at least one bat out of each of those fabrics next week. So 2 weeks from now, the end of the month, I have a retro video game convention. Not that Jack Skellington is a retro video game, but I feel like that would be like a good place to have that bat. I feel like he'd fit in more than like random pride or art in the market, art in the art in the park market or something like that. Like a retro con from like people playing things 20 years ago ish would be a good place for Nightmare Before Christmas to be. There we go. The cool wave bat. I'm gonna stitch up there. Probably should put the stabilizer underneath the end, but I'm not going to. They're cutting fabric in the frame shop? Oh, maybe. That would be a terrible place to have all the fuzzies from fabric and everything. Well, I guess they just have cottons right now, but still, like, it's not the right place for it. I don't know. I just the little signs on the shelf right now say take your fabric up front, give it to a person, and then they say wait right there, stand there, don't move, we'll be back, and then they walk to the back of the store, and it's like okay, I'll stand here and wait. You get to touch everything in the checkout lane. Ah, they should have bought the tables, the cutting counter tables from Joann's. Just imported them wholesale. Just grab like two of them, have it set up. When our local Joann's was closing, we actually one of our Joann's stayed open till like the very end, so that was kind of cool. I had more time to go in and grab all the little bits of thread and everything that they kept bringing in by the box full of like nothing but like 150 spools of blue. It was lovely. Um, they stayed open till the very end, and they had. I was talking to some of them as they were like working and everything, and by working I mean standing around waiting. Um, and they said that they actually had some lady who came in and bought all the sections of their cutting counter, and they had enough space for like four cutters. She bought them all because she was going to turn her garage into a sewing room. And so she was going to use their cutting counters as her cutting table. And it was like, I mean, good timing if you were planning this beforehand. Like, yay, you just got your own cutting counter. Or maybe like she only was making the plan because Joann's closed. But yeah, I used to work at Joann's, but it was back pre-pandemic. I was there maybe 2.5 years. Um, and I quit in 2018. I want to say I could be wrong about this. I'm bad at time. Time's fake. But I quit there to go work at the like sewing machine center that was in our Joann's. So I moved from the cutting counter all the way across the aisle to the sewing machine center and then sold sewing machines and taught people how to use them and still helped people out with stuff in the store because I knew where things were. And then right at like 2020, like just January 2020, I decided to quit there so that I could work on making stuffed animals into a full-time job instead of just a in my spare time part-time job. Yeah, the Viking. It was actually a Husqvarna Viking. It wasn't like a third-party dealer. I actually worked for like Viking, which is how I got my big expensive machines right now. There was a very nice employee discount on them. Um, but yeah, quit January 2020 and ended up applying to a whole bunch of conventions. Like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna make stuffed animals. I'm gonna go sell them in person. And then the whole world shut down, and it was a great plan. Yeah, both of my sewing machines right now are Viking machines. Not because I think they are the best brand, but because I got them for a little over 50% off each machine. And it was a lot better than I could have gotten from any other brand for the same price. So Bernard here is the Brilliance that they discontinued because it has issues. And Thomas is a Topaz, which is like their entry level embroidery machine. So he's just kind of my workhorse for when Bernard has issues, because he has issues. And yeah, I got them both at a very, very nice discount that I don't think I could have gotten these machines at their full prices. So that was nice. Very lovely. And they have been paying themselves off ever since. Actually, they are fully paid off now, but they paid themselves off by making stuffed animals. There we go. Okay, there's my three bellies. Those can now come back to my table, and they're all going to get pinned together. Oh, Pokey Stick, you go with the machine. Oh, the Singer Start? Yeah. My very first machine was the Singer Tradition, or I think it was called the Tradition. It was very similar to the Singer Start one, and it was a good little machine. Loved that little guy. That's why I started making stuffed animals on. I don't know the Sew and Touch Zigzag Deluxe. I've never seen that one. Yeah, but my little Singer, that was a good machine. And then my very first embroidery machine was a little Brother PE 770, I want to say it was. And by little, I mean he was still like 400, 500 some dollars when I got him. So little is, uh, ow, it is compared to what I have now. But my Singer Start was at $85, I think, when I got it. Or Singer Start, no, it was the 2277, whatever that one is called. It was like $85. I saved up for it, loved it, used it for several years, and then ended up breaking the drive shaft bar inside because I tried to sew through multiple layers of faux fur. And it was just old and didn't do well. Oh, top bobbin, yeah, the drop-in top bobbins are like a game changer. There are some reasons like the side bobbin would be better, like if you're doing a lot of sewing that, uh, like heavy duty type stuff, the top drop-in bobbins tend to break faster, like the bobbin case, because it's plastic instead of metal. But like unless you've got a heavy duty machine, why are you doing a lot of heavy duty sewing? So it doesn't really matter in like 99% of the cases. The drop in bobbins are just so much more convenient, I think. They're easier to stick in there. You can see through them to see if you've got a lot of thread left. Yeah, it's much nicer. Okay, got the toes on there. Whew. So what kind of sewing do you do, Diane? Oops. Oh, bad pin, bad pin. Okay. Two pinned together. Where'd my feet? Ooh. Like, did you just make a cover for a seat or like the actual seat itself? That's cool. That's not something I know how to do. I'm pretty much I do stuffed animals about 99% of the time. And then I claim that I'm going to do other things, like make myself a shoulder bag that I think I have been saying I'm going to make for 5, 6 years now. That's really cool, though. Little tiny fly, go away, go elsewhere. I don't want you here. Where did you come from? Because we have bananas in the house. Did you come from the bananas? Hang, go away. Where, mm, tiny little fly. Okay, have the bodies ready to sew. I can put the ears in the little face. Okay, so those are rights and lefts. Flip those faces over. Okay, so the flat side goes to the front face. Okay, so these three go with that face. These three go with that face. Cool. I'm going to take three of the faces and the three bodies back over. Oh, one too many pins. Hang on. Go away, pin. Don't do that. Woo! Oh, I saw some of that non-woven fabric stuff from Joann's when they were closing down. I had no idea what like it would be used for. Shopping bags didn't even cross my mind. I was trying to figure out like what craft project it would have been. And ah, that makes so much more sense. Tote bags are a good one though. Like to make they're just because they're like a lot of straight lines. So you get to do a lot of just like straight line sewing, make sure that you're lined up along the edge of the fabric and then not have to worry about the little tiny curves and everything. Oh, did I run out of I did. Ran out of thread. Is that before the toes as well? Yeah, you ran out before the toes, didn't you? Now I have to repin everything in place. You ran out right in the middle of the toes? That's so rude. That is so very rude, sir. Now I have to pin everything back together. You didn't tell me that you were out of bottom thread. You're supposed to do that. Yeah, you ran out halfway through the first foot. That's really rude. I cleaned you out yesterday. You should have no issues here. You really don't see that you're empty? Not at all? Really? Well, you're kind of being an ass. Okay, let's see. If I clean you out again, see, you're not even that fuzzy right now. You should have no problems here. You're not even that fuzzy. You're like a normal level of fuzzy, sir. Look at, I can't even get fuzzums out of you. You're so clean. So why are you having issues? Hmm? I think you're just being rude for the sake of rudeness. Nope. Wait. This piece goes in, then this goes in. You want to tell me if you're out again? Hang on. Let me put the bobbin. You still don't recognize that you're empty? Well, you are going to the repair dude. Uh, oh, when am I sending you into repair? I need like 3 days. Can't send you in right now because I need you for RetroCon. Where's my calendar? Ugh. I've got RetroCon on the 25th. Another art in the park market in August on the 9th. Then Pop Cult Anime Con on the 23rd of August. See, I need you fixed before then, but I also need to make a lot of stuff for Pop Cult because that's a big one. Sir, you picked the worst times to break down. You know that, right? Not please. Man, I can't really not have you until October. You're just gonna have to get dropped off and they're gonna have to work fast. That's what it comes down to, right? Maybe I drop you off tonight. Because I won't need you tomorrow. And then Monday, Tuesday, just yeah, I was gonna make Spyro next week. I do need you for that. Although Thomas could do the embroidery. Ah, sir, you picked the worst times to break. Ooh, so if the needle is hitting the metal piece that holds the bobbin, that's usually called a timing issue. Whereas something up like right here where the needle is, and I don't know how much of this you can actually see on the camera. Not a lot. No, I don't know how to point the camera at it. Well, somewhere up in here. Well, fuzzums. That's too many fuzzums. Somewhere up in here inside where the needle bar goes up and down is just off and it needs to be raised. There's usually like a little screw in there or something where you can loosen it, raise it, and then retighten the screw. The problem is that you have like a millimeter of like clearance adjusting. So you have to kind of really test it a lot. But if any part of this machine, like if, can I just move you? Move you into the camera? Come here. No, not really. I'm gonna just knock you off the entire table. But yeah, if any part of this part of the machine, like above here, comes off, you can then look for this bar where it is and then raise it from there. But it'll be inside internal in the machine somewhere. This machine, I have to take off the entire plastic shell to get him adjusted. So I just take him into I pay somebody else to do it for me. For cleaning though, yes. Don't blow air into your machine because that just forces all of the fluff to go elsewhere inside. But if you have like a paintbrush or something, you can just kind of like stab at the fluff and then it gets stuck in the bristles. You pull it out and you can clean it. Or if you have a vacuum cleaner, you can actually use like the hose of the vacuum cleaner, and they make attachments for it. The other thing that you can do is just kind of like tape over part of the hose so that you have like a smaller opening, because the smaller the opening, the more forceful it's going to suck things out, so that if you just put it in here, it pulls everything that it can from inside the machine. So paintbrushes are great. Again, don't shove it in because you don't want the fluff to be going inside, but if you just kind of like tap at the fluff, it gets stuck in the bristles. Or a vacuum. And yeah, if the needle's hitting anything underneath, it's because the bar itself needs to be adjusted. And you have to be very careful about it because it is incredibly precise. And every machine is going to be slightly different. But if you look up like how to fix a timing issue, that's what it's called. Like, so search your machine plus timing issue and see if something comes up about it. Otherwise, repair people usually can do it. And they usually have the tools where they can just like, there's like this little tiny metal block that you can put underneath the needle and just rest the needle on it and then tighten it, and that's perfect. I don't have any of those blocks myself, but repair people usually do, so they can fix timing issues very fast. You just have to pay them to do it. So it's a trade-off of do it yourself and be super, super precise, or pay somebody else to do it quick and precise. I usually prefer the pay people for whatever, just because my machines are work machines. Like that's just part of my, I'm making money with these guys, so they get to spend money when they need it. And Bernard here does have issues. So I knew that he was having an issue before. Something inside him just disengaged. Whereas his little feed dogs, the little teeth that pull the fabric through, he's supposed to drop them. He's electronic, so he's got buttons, and instead of like just levers and things to change things. So he's supposed to drop his teeth when I want to do like free motion stuff. And he doesn't drop them. He just stops moving them back and forward and just moves them up and down. So he's supposed to drop them and then move them up and down, not keep them up. And so something has gone wrong inside. Where when he's pulling the fabric through like this, he's fine. But I probably wouldn't want to try and do like embroidery on him right now because he is sewing and embroidery. But for the embroidery, he needs to drop those teeth, and he's not dropping. So that was the reason that I'm going to send him in for repair. But now, if he's not recognizing that his bobbin is empty, which he's supposed to tell me, um, like I'm supposed to get an alert from him. If he's not going to tell me that, then I need to get him looked at. Something else electronics probably gone wrong with him. He's just a finicky man. So I might actually, when is Vosks? Let me Google when they are open today. You are open until 5. Oh. Well, I think I'm gonna drop you off tonight. So that will mean I have to end stream a little bit earlier than I was planning on it. Because it's about 3:45 now where I am. I'm gonna need to be going at like 4:30 in order to get there before 5. Luckily he is local. I don't have to drive super far, but I do need to get him set up. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to sew these 3 bat bodies. And then I'm going to end stream there. I will go and drop off Bernard, and then I will take Thomas, who's currently on the table to the side, and I'll bring him over here so that I can sew on Thomas while Bernard is being repaired. And then depending on whether or not I feel like coming back and streaming again, I will either do stream part 2 or I will be back on Monday after the Art in the Park market. And on Monday, I'm going to start a really big project. I'm going to be making a big giant Spyro plushie so that when I go to the Retro Video Game Con, I have a big Spyro to kind of sit on the shelf and look really impressive so that people can come over and go, wow, that's really expensive. And then they can buy something cheaper. Ah, don't fold under, silly bat. Ah, stab. Okay, pins. Uncool. You're all good, right? Yeah, and I didn't check the back of you. Okay. Okay, so there's my second bat body. I'll drop those back off on the table for now. I'm gonna stab myself again, so let's get rid of those pins. Okay, so I'm gonna end there with the 3 bodies sewn together. There. I'm gonna end there for today, unless I feel like coming back. Um, After I drop Bernard off for service. Let me move all of his stuff out of the way. We're going to turn you off. You don't need that foot. You don't need thread. We're coming here. I'm going to put that away. Well, drop my bits in there just so I don't lose them. Your arm comes off. You do not need it to be embroidery. The embroidery arm is fine. I don't need to do anything with that. Get the thread out of you. Unplug. Unplug. Oops. Close you up there. Where is your case? Let's see. Oh, your case is full of fluff as well. Cool. Let's just. Every bit of you is full of fluff. Very cool. Are crazy. Okay. Fluff you there. Have that case back. Don't need your extra bobbins. Okay. So much fluff on that desk. Let's see, you would use your arm. And Thomas gets to come and sit on my table. Where do you want to sit? Where do you look good? Right here? Good? Happy dude? Okay, where's your box? Because you are sewing, not embroidering. So you need to be set up as a sewing machine. Right there. Good. Fantastic. You will need your foot pedal. I need to set that up afterwards. Very cool. Oh, Moving Bernard has found all of the fluffs that were hiding underneath him. Very cool. Okay. So Bernard here has to go in and get repaired. He's got a couple little issues in there now. 2 issues. I'm going to get him fixed now so that I can get him back and working before I need him for RetroCon, because I need to make a lot more stuff for retro than I do for the art market this weekend. So he's going today. That is going to be where I end stream. I will be back on Monday. Let me see if I can pull up. Uh, uh, the, yeah, so here we go. This here, whoops, is the Shimmer Dragon, Prismatic Dragon. The pattern is by NazFX Studios. I'm going to be making this dragon, but as Spyro. So a couple changes, like the tail won't be this. I'll be changing a couple things around on it. I think the legs are a little thin. I'm going to thicken them up as well. But I've got this pattern, and I'm going to be making Spyro out of this pattern on Monday. Probably not finishing it on Monday, so it's just going to keep going until it's done. This is going to be my big showpiece for the retro video game convention. So if you would like to see me make a dragon from scratch, off of somebody else's pattern, not fully from scratch, sew a dragon from scratch, not make the pattern and everything from scratch, I will be doing that on Monday, unless something goes terribly wrong. And I will be using Thomas because I don't think Bernard's going to be back from his repair job on Monday. But maybe. We'll see. So that is going to be my stream for today. Thank you guys for being here. I'm turn off the music and figure out who we are going to raid. We're going to go back to here. Here. Who do I want to? My others can go. Ah, there we go. I'm going to dump everybody out on Altariana, who is playing Baldur's Gate. Mostly so that I can then lurk on his stream. While I go and drop Bernard off. So yeah, thank you guys for being here. If you want to stick around and watch me make things, I usually stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all day Eastern time. Sometimes on Tuesdays, rarely on Mondays. Next week, because I am preparing for a convention, probably going to be streaming Monday through Friday, all day. Again, 6 to 8 hour streams if I can get it, and I don't have to go drop a machine off to service early. So I will see you there next, whenever you next catch me. And yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Bye.